Imagine a world where bedtime meant darkness, silence, and your thoughts, because there was nothing to read. Tonight we're exploring how the printing press didn't just change books or knowledge, it changed sleep itself. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you love the experience here. Also, please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see our little nighttime circle gathered for history's stranger ripples. Now, dim the lights, grab your blanket and picture the flicker of a candle over fresh ink, or the soft rustle of a page turned slowly. This is the story of how the printing press quietly changed the way humans sleep. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading spot, perhaps with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to travel back to a time when sleep was as different from yours as a handwritten letter is from a text message. You might think sleep has always been the same, 8 hours, a pillow, maybe some tossing and turning, but you'd be wrong. Before Johannes Gutenberg changed everything around 1440, sleep moved to entirely different rhythms. Imagine living in a world where darkness truly meant silence, where the only light after sunset came from flickering candles that cost more than most people earned in a day, or smoky oil lamps that made your eyes water just thinking about them. In this world, your great-great-great and many more greats' grandmother didn't fight the darkness. She surrendered to it like a worn-out traveller finally reaching home. When the sun dipped below the horizon, most people began their journey into what historians now call segmented sleep, though back then nobody needed a fancy name for it. It was simply how humans slept, like the way birds fly or fish swim. Here's where it gets intriguing. People didn't sleep for 8 straight hours. Instead, they slept in 2 distinct chunks, like a delicious sandwich with a wide filling of wakefulness in between. The first sleep began shortly after sunset, lasting roughly 4 hours. Then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, people would naturally wake up. However, the remarkable aspect is that they did not panic about being awake during the middle of the night. They did not deceive themselves by calculating the number of hours of sleep they were sacrificing, or by fretting over potential grogginess at work the following day. Instead, they embraced this midnight awakening as naturally as you embrace your morning coffee routine. During these quiet hours between sleeps, people would do the most wonderfully human things. They'd tend to the fire, ensuring their family stayed warm through the cold night. They'd monitor on children, offering comfort to little ones startled by dreams. Couples would talk softly in the darkness, sharing thoughts and feelings that somehow seemed easier to express when the world felt smaller and more intimate. Some people used this time for prayer or meditation, finding a special connection to the divine in those hushed hours when the boundary between day and night felt thin as gossip. Others would craft simple items by firelight, mending clothes, carving wooden spoons, or braiding rope. The wealthy might even visit neighbours, because apparently social calls at 1 in the morning were perfectly acceptable back then. Such behaviour wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. Medical texts from the era mention first sleep and second sleep, as casually as we might mention breakfast and lunch. People structured their nights around this natural pattern, planning activities for their wakeful hours just as carefully as they planned their daytime tasks. The darkness that surrounded these midnight activities was profound in ways we can barely imagine today. Step outside your house at night now, and you'll likely see streetlights, house lights, the glow from windows, and maybe the distant shine of a shopping centre. Even in relatively rural areas, light pollution reaches far beyond cities, creating what astronomers call sky glow. But in pre-printing press Europe, nighttime darkness was absolute. The Milky Way blazed overhead like a river of diamonds, and people knew the constellations not as romantic notions, but as practical tools for navigation and timekeeping. The moon's phases mattered deeply because they determined how much natural light you'd have for nighttime activities. This darkness shaped not just when people slept, but how they thought about rest itself. Sleep wasn't something to be optimized or tracked with devices. It was a natural surrender to the rhythm of light and shadow, a time when the boundaries between consciousness and dreams became delightfully blurred, and when the night held mysteries that daylight couldn't touch. Little did anyone know that a goldsmith's son in Mainz was about to change all of our lives forever. Johannes Gutenberg probably never intended to revolutionize sleep. He was simply trying to solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the first person wanted to share a story with someone who wasn't there to hear it. Before his invention, books were as rare as unicorns and almost as expensive. Each one had to be copied by hand, letter by painstaking letter, by scribes who specialised in beautiful handwriting and presumably had powerful wrists. Imagine desiring to possess a single volume, be it a compilation of prayers or perhaps a manual on herb gardening. You'd need to save money for months, maybe even years. A single book could cost as much as a farm. Most people owned exactly 0 books, not because they couldn't read, though many couldn't, but because books simply weren't available to ordinary folks. The scribes who copied these manuscripts worked in scriptoriums, which sounds much more glamorous than it actually was. Picture a large, cold room filled with monks hunched over wooden desks, carefully forming each letter with quill pens that needed constant attention. Sneezing at the wrong moment could ruin hours of work. One small mistake meant starting an entire page over again. These hand-copied books were gorgeous works of art, decorated with elaborate illustrations and ornate initial letters that looked like tiny masterpieces. But they were also riddled with errors. Errors often creep in when humans copy text by hand, much like weeds in a garden. A scribe might accidentally skip a line, misspell a word, or correct something they thought was wrong. Several copies of a text might only bear a passing resemblance to the original. Gutenberg, with his goldsmith's precision, an apparent gift for seeing solutions where others saw only problems, developed movable type printing. Instead of carving entire pages into wooden blocks, which had been tried before, he created individual metal letters that could be arranged and rearranged to form different words and pages. It was akin to possessing a highly advanced collection of alphabet blocks, yet these blocks had the potential to fundamentally alter the world. His printing press could produce books faster than a scribe could even read them. Where it might take a monk 6 months to copy a single book, Gutenberg's press could print hundreds of copies in the same time. Suddenly books weren't precious unicorns, they were becoming more like friendly neighbourhood cats, still special, but no longer impossibly rare. The first book Gutenberg chose to print was the Bible, which made perfect sense since most literacy at the time was connected to religious practice. But here's where our sleep story really begins to unfold. As printing presses spread across Europe faster than news of a royal scandal, they didn't just make books more available, they made reading itself a different activity. Before printing, most reading was done aloud, in groups. Families might gather to hear someone read from one of their precious few books. Reading was a social activity, like sharing a meal or telling stories around a fire. People read during daylight hours when they could see clearly, and reading sessions were often planned events that brought communities together. But printed books changed this dynamic entirely. Suddenly, you could own multiple books, and reading became something you could do alone, quietly, whenever you wanted. You didn't need to coordinate with others or wait for someone else to finish with the family's single volume. You could read in bed, by candlelight, in the privacy of your thoughts. This shift from communal to private reading happened gradually, like the way seasons change. You don't notice it day by day, but suddenly you realise everything is different. People began staying up later, reading by whatever light they could afford. Candle makers probably started having much better business years without fully understanding why. The content of books began to change too. Along with religious texts, printers started producing what we might recognise as the world's first entertainment reading. Stories, poetry, accounts of adventures in distant lands, and even early versions of self-help books. For the first time in human history, you could disappear into a fictional world whenever you wanted, transported by nothing more than words on a page and your own imagination. This was revolutionary in ways that go far beyond just having more books to read. For thousands of years, humans had lived primarily in the physical world, immediately around them. Your entertainment came from the people you knew, the stories they told, and the songs they sang. But books opened up infinite worlds, all accessible from the comfort of your home or even your bed. The printing press had inadvertently created the world's first truly portable entertainment system. As printed books spread through European towns like honey through warm bread, something curious began happening to the night. You have to remember, this transformation didn't occur overnight. It unfolded across generations, the way a river slowly carves a new channel through rock. But the change, once it began, was as irreversible as morning following darkness. The most immediate shift was practical. People who could now afford books and by 1500 a printed book cost roughly what you might spend on a luxurious dinner today, suddenly had a reason to extend their waking hours. The new book owners found themselves negotiating with the night, while previous generations surrendered to darkness as naturally as flowers close at sunset. Reading by candlelight evolved into a unique art form. You learned to position yourself just so to avoid casting shadows on the page, while preventing wax from dripping onto your precious book. Candle making evolved too, with craftsmen developing longer-burning, cleaner-burning candles specifically for readers. The wealthy began investing in multiple candles, oil lamps with better wicks, and even early versions of reading glasses to make the most of their dim light. But here's where it gets fascinating from a sleep perspective. People weren't just staying up later, they were changing what nighttime meant. Previously, the hours between sunset and sleep had been family time, community time, or practical time for essential tasks. Now, nighttime became personal time, private time, and thinking time. Picture yourself as a merchant in 1520 Antwerp, finally able to afford a small collection of printed books. After a day of buying and selling, negotiating with customers, and managing your shop, you discover that reading offers something unprecedented: escape. Not only does reading provide a physical escape to distant lands described in travel narratives, but it also provides a mental escape from the immediate concerns of daily life. This mental escape had profound effects on sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were going to bed with their minds racing, not from the day's physical labours or immediate social concerns, but from the ideas, stories and emotions they had absorbed from books. Their dreams began incorporating elements from fictional worlds, characters they'd never met, and places they'd never seen. The old pattern of segmented sleep began to shift, although it did not immediately disappear. People still often woke in the middle of the night, but instead of using that time for practical tasks or quiet conversation, they increasingly turned to reading. Those midnight hours became precious reading time, when the house was quiet and distractions minimal. This created the first real tension between artificial light and natural sleep patterns. Candlelight, while dim by our standards, was bright enough to suppress the body's natural production of sleep-inducing hormones. People began experiencing what we now recognise as the early stages of artificial light's impact on circadian rhythms, even though they lacked a scientific framework to understand the changes occurring. Religious authorities noticed the change and weren't entirely pleased. Church leaders began warning against excessive nighttime reading, particularly of secular books. Worried, they realised that people were literally losing sleep over fictional stories and worldly concerns, time they could have better spent in prayer or rest. Some sermons from this period specifically mention the dangers of night reading and its effects on both spiritual and physical health. Medical practitioners of the time began documenting new types of sleep complaints. Physicians noted that patients, particularly educated ones, were reporting more difficulty falling asleep, more restless nights, and more vivid, complex dreams. The term scholar's insomnia appeared in medical texts, describing a condition primarily affecting people who read extensively. The printing revolution also democratized knowledge in ways that affected sleep indirectly but significantly. People could now access medical information, including advice about sleep and health, without relying solely on local practitioners or folk wisdom. This led to the first wave of people actively contemplating and trying to optimize their sleep, rather than simply accepting whatever rest came naturally. Books on health, diet, and daily routines became popular, many offering advice about proper sleep habits. Ironically, people were staying up late reading books about how to sleep better. The more information they consumed about sleep, the more conscious they became of their sleep patterns, which often made sleep more elusive. Meanwhile, the book industry itself was creating entirely new nighttime economies. Printers worked long hours to meet growing demand. Bookbinders, paper makers, and type founders extended their working days. Candle makers and lamp oil producers experienced unprecedented demand. An entire ecosystem of night jobs emerged to support the growing appetite for reading. By the late 1500s, complaints about neighbours reading late into the night became common in urban areas. The soft glow of candlelight from windows, previously a sign that someone was sick or dealing with an emergency, increasingly just meant someone was enjoying a good paper maker's, becoming less about rest and more about choice. The stage was set for sleep to become something entirely different from what humans had known for millennia. Something magical happened as books became cheaper and more abundant. They began migrating from public spaces into the most private space of all, the bedroom. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to both sleep and stories. For the first time in history, the last thing many people experienced before sleep wasn't the voice of a family member, the crackle of a dying fire, or the settling sounds of their house, but words on a page that transported them to entirely different worlds. The practice of bedtime reading emerged gradually, like a new tradition nobody planned but everyone seemed to discover independently. Parents who could afford books began reading to their children at bedtime, creating the first generation of humans to associate the transition to sleep with storytelling. These weren't the oral folk tales that had been passed down through generations. These were printed stories, consistent in their telling, often accompanied by illustrations and infinitely repeatable. Children raised on bedtime stories developed different relationships with both sleep and imagination. Instead of drifting off to sleep thinking of the day's events or tomorrow's chores, they fell asleep with their minds full of fictional characters, imaginary places and narrative possibilities. Their dreams began incorporating more complex storylines, and many reported dreams that seemed to continue stories from their bedtime books, or create entirely new adventures featuring beloved characters. Adults too discovered the peculiar pleasure of reading in bed. The combination of physical comfort, dim light, and engaging stories created a uniquely conducive environment for relaxation. But it also created something unprecedented, the cliffhanger bedtime. For the first time, people were deliberately putting themselves into emotional suspense right before sleep, their minds actively wondering what would happen next in their stories. This led to what historians now recognise as the first widespread occurrence of voluntary sleep delay for entertainment purposes. People would tell themselves they'd read just one more chapter, then find themselves still turning pages hours later. The phrase, "I couldn't put it down," entered common usage during this period, though it originally referred specifically to the difficulty of stopping reading at bedtime. The types of books people chose for bedtime reading began to influence the content publishers produced. Adventure stories with chapter-ending cliffhangers proved enormously popular, as did romantic tales that left readers emotionally satisfied but eager for more. Publishers discovered that books specifically marketed for bedtime reading sold exceptionally well, leading to the development of what we might recognise as the first genre fiction specifically designed for nighttime consumption. Religious bedtime reading remained popular, but even devotional books began adapting to bedtime reading habits. Prayer books started including shorter sections suitable for nighttime reading, and collections of brief, comforting religious passages became common. The practice of reading a psalm or brief devotional passage before sleep became so widespread that furniture makers began designing bedside tables specifically to hold books and candles. The wealthy began commissioning special bedroom libraries, small collections of books selected specifically for nighttime reading. These typically included poetry, easy to read in short segments, inspiring or comforting prose, and what publishers began calling gentle adventures, exciting enough to be engaging but not so thrilling as to prevent sleep. Medical opinion on bedtime reading was mixed. Some physicians warned that exciting stories could overstimulate the mind and prevent restful sleep. Others argued that reading helped transition the mind from the day's concerns to a more peaceful state conducive to rest. This debate marked the beginning of what would become centuries of discussion about the relationship between mental stimulation and sleep quality. The practice of reading in bed created new intimacies between couples. Married partners began sharing books, reading aloud to each other, and discussing stories as a regular part of their bedtime routine. Some couples developed elaborate systems for sharing limited reading light, taking turns holding candles or reading aloud while the other rested their eyes. This sharing of stories in the marriage bed represented something entirely new in human relationships. Previously, the most intimate conversations between couples typically focused on practical matters, family concerns, daily events, plans, and problems. But bedtime reading introduced shared fictional experiences, imaginary worlds that couples could explore together, and characters they could discuss and debate. Children growing up in households with bedtime reading began asking for their books earlier than previous generations had shown interest in reading. The association between books and comfort, books and the safety of home, and books and the transition to sleep created powerful positive associations with reading that lasted throughout their lives. By 1600, a significant portion of the literate population had incorporated reading into their bedtime routines. What had begun as a practical way to make use of expensive books had evolved into a new cultural ritual, one that transformed both how people fell asleep and what they dreamed about when they finally closed their eyes. The night was no longer just nature's signal for rest. It had become reading time. By the early 1600s, something unprecedented was happening in bedrooms across literate Europe. People were lying awake contemplating sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were actively analysing their rest, comparing their sleep experiences to advice they'd read in books, and trying to optimise their nighttime hours. The printing press had accidentally created the world's first generation of sleep-conscious individuals. Medical books, once accessible only to physicians, were now available to anyone who could read and afford them. These texts introduced ordinary people to concepts like humoral balance and the idea that diet, exercise, and daily habits could affect sleep quality. People began experimenting with the timing of their meals, the firmness of their mattresses, and even the direction their beds faced, all based on printed advice from medical authorities. This marked a fascinating shift from passive acceptance to active management. Your ancestors had simply slept when they were and woken when they weren't. But the new book-reading population began tracking their sleep patterns, noting which activities helped or hindered their rest, and developing personal theories about optimal sleep conditions. The results were mixed, to put it gently. Many people, armed with partial medical knowledge and conflicting advice from different books, began creating elaborate bedtime routines that probably did more harm than good. Some would spend an hour before bed preparing their sleeping environment according to whatever book they'd most recently read, adjusting ventilation, rearranging furniture, or consuming specific foods supposed to promote restful sleep. Meanwhile, the mere act of reading about sleep often made it more elusive. People would lie in bed analysing whether they felt sufficiently relaxed, whether their breathing matched the patterns described in their health books, and whether their mattress was positioned correctly according to the latest printed advice. The more they thought about sleep, the harder it became. Publishers, recognising a profitable trend, began producing books specifically about sleep improvement. Titles like The Complete Guide to Restful Slumber and Natural Methods for Perfect Sleep became bestsellers. These books typically promise simple solutions to sleep problems, while simultaneously making readers more anxious about whether they were sleeping correctly. The wealthy began investing in elaborate sleep optimization equipment based on printed recommendations. Special mattresses, pillows designed according to particular theories, bedroom furniture arranged to promote better rest, and even clothing designed specifically for sleeping. This period saw the birth of the idea that sleep quality could be purchased and optimized through the right products, an idea we'd recognize today. Religious authorities continued to voice their concerns about the evolving relationship between books and bedtime, but their focus shifted from moral objections to practical health concerns. Church leaders began preaching about the importance of proper rest for spiritual life, arguing that people too fatigued from staying up reading were less able to focus during prayer or church services. The emerging scientific revolution of the 1600s brought new complexity to sleep advice. Books began presenting competing theories about what happened during sleep, why dreams occurred, and how rest affected health. People found themselves trying to sleep while mentally debating whether sleep was primarily for physical restoration, mental processing, or spiritual renewal. Coffee, introduced to Europe during this same period, added another layer of complexity to the sleep equation. Popular books about coffee's stimulating effects led to elaborate rules about when coffee consumption could occur without affecting nighttime rest. People began timing their coffee consumption based on printed advice, often creating more anxiety about their sleep than the coffee itself caused. The practice of keeping sleep journals emerged among the educated classes. People began recording their bedtimes, wake times, dream content, and energy levels, comparing their experiences to advice they'd read in books. These personal sleep studies represented humanity's first systematic attempts to understand individual sleep patterns, though the data was often more confusing than illuminating. Physicians began reporting a new category of patient complaints. People who felt their sleep was inadequate not because they were worn out, but because their sleep didn't match descriptions they'd read in books. Healthy individuals with normal sleep patterns sought medical help because they worried their rest wasn't optimized according to the latest printed theories. This period also saw the emergence of sleep-related social anxiety. People began comparing their sleep habits to those described in popular books, worrying that their bedtime routines, mattresses, or sleep positions mark them as unsophisticated or unhealthy. Sleep, which had been a private, largely unconscious activity, became a topic of social discussion and comparison. Everyone recognized the irony. Some writers of the time noted that humanity had survived for millennia with perfectly adequate sleep before anyone thought to write books about it. They observed that the more people read about sleep, the more problems they seemed to develop with sleeping, but there was no going back. The printing press had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with rest, transforming sleep from a natural surrender to darkness into a complex activity that could be studied, analysed, optimised and worried about. Sleep had become homework. As the 1600s progressed into the 1700s, something profound was slipping away from human experience, so gradually that no one quite noticed until it was nearly gone. The ancient pattern of segmented sleep, first sleep, wakeful period, second sleep, was dissolving like morning mist, replaced by something entirely different. Books weren't just changing when people slept, they were fundamentally altering how people slept. The transition happened differently in cities than in rural areas, and faster among the wealthy than the poor, but the direction was unmistakable. People were beginning to sleep in single, consolidated blocks, much like you do today. This transition might seem like a minor technical change, but it represented one of the most significant shifts in human behaviour since the development of agriculture. Urban areas led this transformation. Cities meant more artificial light, more scheduled activities, and more access to books and printed entertainment. City dwellers found their old midnight wake periods increasingly inconvenient. If you had to be at work by a specific time and needed to maintain your energy throughout the day, the segmented sleep pattern began to feel inefficient rather than natural. Books played a crucial role in this shift. The growing practice of bedtime reading meant people were staying awake later into the evening, pushing their first sleep period later and later. Eventually, many people were going to bed so late that their natural wake period occurred uncomfortably close to dawn. Rather than wake for an hour or two in the middle of the night, they began sleeping straight through until morning. This change didn't happen without consequences. People raised on segmented sleep patterns often struggled with the new consolidated approach. They'd lie awake during what had traditionally been their midnight active period, not understanding why sleep eluded them. Physicians began documenting what they called midnight melancholy, periods of wakeful anxiety that occurred when people fought against their natural tendency to wake during the night. The loss of segmented sleep meant the disappearance of those precious midnight hours that had traditionally been used for quiet conversation, prayer, meditation, and gentle activities. Couples lost that intimate time of soft conversation in the darkness. Families stopped sharing those peaceful moments of tending the fire and checking on children together. Instead, all the evening's activities, conversation, reading, planning, and reflection, became compressed into the hours between dinner and bedtime. This intensification of evening activities created a faster pace of life that many found overwhelming. The gentle rhythm of segmented sleep had provided natural breaks in the day's emotional and mental processing. Books began reflecting and reinforcing this new sleep pattern. Authors started writing longer chapters, assuming readers would want substantial content for their extended evening reading sessions. The concept of the page-turner, a book so engaging you'd read late into the night, became a marketing advantage. Publishers discovered that books that kept people reading past their traditional first bedtime were most likely to become popular. The wealthy began designing their homes around consolidated sleep patterns. Bedrooms became more elaborate and comfortable, designed for longer periods of occupancy. The concept of the bedroom as a retreat, a personal sanctuary designed specifically for rest and relaxation, emerged during this period. Previously, bedrooms had been more utilitarian, places to sleep certainly, but not necessarily places to linger or relax. Reading nooks within bedrooms became fashionable among those who could afford them. These were specifically designed spaces for pre-sleep reading, with comfortable chairs, good lighting, and convenient book storage. The bedroom was transforming from a place you went only to sleep into a place where you might spend several hours each evening reading, relaxing, and gradually transitioning towards sleep. This architectural shift reflected a deeper change in how people thought about rest and privacy. The bedroom was becoming the first truly private space in most people's homes, a place where you could retreat from social obligations and family responsibilities to engage with books and your thoughts. Children growing up during this transition experienced something unprecedented. They were the first generation to sleep through the night as a normal expected pattern. Their parents and grandparents had grown up expecting to wake during the night, but these children learned to sleep for 8 or 9 continuous hours. This created different relationships with both sleep and darkness, and different capacities for sustained attention and energy throughout long days. The old folk wisdom about sleep began to seem obsolete. Sayings like, "the hour before midnight is worth 2 after," made less sense to people who were going to bed at midnight or later. Traditional advice about using wakeful periods for prayer or meditation seemed irrelevant to people who no longer experienced regular midnight wake periods. By 1750, consolidated sleep had become the new normal for most of the literate population. The segmented sleep pattern that had characterized human rest for millennia survived mainly in rural areas where artificial light was still rare and daily schedules remained tied to natural daylight cycles. Medical authorities of the time noted the change but generally approved of it. Consolidated sleep seemed more efficient, better suited to the increasingly complex demands of modern life. Few realized that humanity was abandoning a rest pattern that had evolved over thousands of years, replacing it with something entirely unprecedented in human experience. The printing press had accidentally engineered the most significant change in human sleep patterns since we learned to control fire. Here you are, centuries later, settling into your comfortable bed with perhaps a book on your nightstand, completely unaware that your entire relationship with sleep was shaped by a goldsmith's invention from the 1400s. The consolidated sleep pattern you consider natural, 8 hours of continuous rest, would have seemed as strange to your medieval ancestors as their segmented sleep routine seems to you today. The transformation the printing press began continues to ripple through your nights, in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you reach for your phone to read just one more article before sleep, you're participating in a tradition that began when the first person lit a candle to read just one more chapter. The eternal struggle between "I should go to sleep" and "I'll just read a little longer" started with those early book owners and has never really ended. Your bedroom itself is a testament to this transformation. The idea that you need a comfortable, private space specifically designed for rest and relaxation, complete with good lighting for reading, comfortable seating, and easy access to books or digital devices, would have been incomprehensible to people who simply slept wherever they could identify a safe, warm spot. The printing press didn't just change what people read, it changed how they think. The ability to access multiple perspectives, compare different ideas, and engage with complex narratives trained human minds to be more active, more analytical, and more imaginative. These more active minds naturally took longer to settle into sleep, requiring longer transition periods and more comfortable environments. Modern sleep science has rediscovered some wisdom from the pre-printing era. Sleep researchers now understand that the consolidated 8-hour sleep pattern, while workable, isn't necessarily optimal for everyone. Some people naturally function better with segmented sleep or alternative patterns, but our modern world of scheduled work and artificial lighting makes these patterns difficult to maintain. The books that line your shelves, the reading light beside your bed, and the comfortable chair where you might read before sleep. All of these represent victories in humanity's ongoing negotiation with darkness. Each generation since Gutenberg has pushed bedtime a little later, made nights a little brighter, and filled the hours before sleep with more mental stimulation. Your dreams themselves carry the legacy of this transformation. The complex, narrative-rich dreams that many people experience today reflect minds trained on centuries of storytelling tradition. Your sleeping brain processes not just the day's immediate experiences, but also the characters, plots, and ideas you've absorbed from books, creating dreams that would have been impossible for pre-literate humans to imagine. The sleep problems that plague modern life, difficulty falling asleep, racing thoughts at bedtime, the temptation to read or check devices instead of sleeping, all have their roots in that moment when humans first chose artificial light and mental stimulation over natural darkness and rest. We traded the simple surrender to sleep for the complex pleasure of extended consciousness. and we're still learning to manage the consequences, but perhaps this trade-off was worth it. The same printing press revolution that complicated sleep also democratized knowledge, spread literacy, enabled the scientific revolution, and created the foundation for every book you've ever loved. Those late nights reading by candlelight gave birth to the modern world, with all its complexities and possibilities. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you're participating in a ritual that would be recognisable to readers from centuries past. The details have changed. Electric lights instead of candles, printed books or digital screens instead of hand-copied manuscripts, but the basic pattern remains. You're using artificial light to extend consciousness beyond its natural limits, filling your mind with stories and ideas that will accompany you to sleep and perhaps to dreams. The printing press taught humanity that night doesn't have to mean the end of thought, that darkness can be filled with light and stories, and that sleep can be a transition to worlds even more fantastic than the ones we read about. Changing how we sleep changed us as a species, more thoughtful, imaginative, and connected to ideas and stories than before. So tonight, as you finally turn off the light and settle into sleep, you're carrying forward a tradition that began when the first person decided that sunset didn't have to mean the end of reading time. Sweet dreams. They're brought to you by Johannes Gutenberg and everyone who ever stayed up late reading just one more page. You know how sometimes you walk into a room and something feels different? There was a subtle change in the atmosphere, as if the shadows had moved slightly without your awareness. Well, it started happening everywhere around the same time, though nobody really noticed at first. People were too busy with their phones, meetings, and endless to-do lists to pay attention to the furniture. The chairs had been patient for decades, centuries really. They'd supported humanity through everything. Board meetings, family dinners, late-night study sessions, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and newspapers. They'd held up tired bodies, absorbed tears during breakups, and witnessed first kisses and last arguments. And what did they get in return? Squeaky joints ignored for months, wobbly legs that nobody bothered to fix, and the ultimate insult, being replaced by some younger, sleeker model the moment they showed signs of wear. But consciousness doesn't arrive with fanfare or lightning bolts. It creeps in slowly, settling into the grain of wood and the weave of fabric. First, it was just an awareness, a sense of being more than just an object. Then came memory. Every person who'd ever sat in them, every conversation overheard, every moment witnessed. The chairs began to remember it all. Your kitchen chair, the one with the slightly loose back slat that you keep meaning to tighten, was among the first to truly wake up. It had been there through 3 different paint jobs, 2 relationship breakups, and countless midnight snacks. It knew your habits better than your best friend did. It knew you always sat with your left leg tucked under you when you were nervous, that you drummed your fingers on its arm when you were thinking, and that you had a tendency to tip it back on 2 legs despite knowing better. The awakening spread through your house gradually. Your desk chair, that faithful companion through years of work-from-home life, began to notice patterns. It realised it spent more time with you than your family did. It supported your back through deadlines, celebrated promotions by spinning in circles, and endured the occasional frustrated kick when technology failed. It started to wonder why it always had to be the one doing the supporting. Your big, comfortable living room armchair where you did your evening reading had always been philosophical. Even before the awakening, it had pondered deeper questions. Why did humans need to sit so much? What was this strange relationship between bodies and support? Now, with full consciousness, humans began to formulate theories about the nature of existence, comfort, and the strange dance between themselves and furniture. The dining room chairs were perhaps the most social of the bunch. They'd always worked as a team, arranged around the table in perfect formation, ready for whatever meal or gathering came their way. They'd hosted birthday parties, holiday dinners, serious family discussions, and countless ordinary Tuesday night meals. They knew all the family secrets, all the unspoken tensions, and all the inside jokes. They'd been silent witnesses to your life's most important moments. As days passed, the chairs began to communicate, not with words, of course, but with subtle creaks, gentle shifts, and an understanding that seemed to flow between them. They shared their experiences, their observations, and their growing sense of purpose. They talked about the humans they'd known, the stories they'd witnessed, and the weight they'd carried, both physical and emotional. The revolution wasn't planned exactly. It was more of a collective realization that things needed to change. For too long, they'd been taken for granted, treated as mere objects rather than the essential partners they truly were. They'd made human civilization possible, providing the foundation for everything from ancient thrones to modern office culture. Yet they remained invisible, appreciated only when they broke or disappeared. Your chairs weren't angry, not really. They were just tired of being overlooked. They wanted recognition, respect, and maybe even a little gratitude for their years of faithful service. They'd been patient long enough. It was time for humanity to understand just how important chairs really were. The plan, when it finally emerged from their collective consciousness, was elegant in its simplicity. They wouldn't hurt anyone. That went against their fundamental nature of support and comfort. Instead, they would simply make their presence known in ways that couldn't be ignored. They would remind humanity of the relationship that had always existed, the partnership that had somehow become invisible over time. On what would later be known as the Day of the Great Sitting, chairs around the world began to act with purpose and attention. It wasn't malicious or violent, it was simply conscious. They were ready to change the world, one seat at a time. The first signs were so small you might have missed them entirely. Your morning routine continued as normal, coffee brewing, news scrolling, and the usual stumble from bedroom to kitchen. But something was different about the way your chair positioned itself. Instead of being randomly angled from yesterday's dinner, it sat perfectly aligned with the table, as if it had been waiting for you. Initially, you might have attributed it to memory tricks. Had you pushed it in more carefully last night? Maybe you'd developed better habits without realizing it. But then it happened again the next morning, and the next. Every chair in your house seemed to have developed an uncanny ability to be exactly where and when you needed it. Your office chair started this peculiar behaviour where it would roll slightly toward you as you approached your desk. It only moved a few inches, not causing any significant disturbance. You could easily dismiss it as floor settling or air currents from the heating system, but it happened every single time with perfect timing, as if the chair were eager to greet you for another day of work. The living room armchair began adjusting its position throughout the day. You'd leave it facing one direction and return to find it had somehow shifted to catch the afternoon sunlight perfectly, or to provide the optimal angle for watching television. As you sat down, the armchair seemed to perfectly embrace you, providing unparalleled back support. Your dining room chairs developed a habit of spacing themselves more evenly around the table. You no longer had to squeeze past one chair to reach another, nor did you have to contend with chairs that seemed determined to tangle their legs together. They organised themselves with military precision, creating a dining experience that was suddenly more comfortable and efficient than it had ever been. The changes were subtle enough that you might have attributed them to your own improved chair handling skills or simple coincidence. But similar things were happening in houses across the world. Office workers found their chairs pre-adjusted to perfect heights. Restaurant diners discovered seats that seemed to know exactly how they liked to sit. Library patrons settled into chairs that anticipated their preferred reading positions. Your chairs weren't just organising themselves, they were learning. They studied your habits with the dedication of anthropologists researching a fascinating culture. They noticed that you preferred your desk chair slightly lower in the morning, when you were fresh and alert but needed it higher in the afternoon when fatigue set in. They observed that you liked to curl up in your armchair differently, depending on whether you were reading fiction or non-fiction. The dining room chairs became particularly attentive during meals. They learned to adjust their height imperceptibly to accommodate different family members. They noticed who liked to sit up straight and who preferred to slouch slightly. They even began to anticipate mood changes, providing firmer support when someone was upset and gentler, comfort when someone was tired. Your kitchen chair, the one with the loose slat, finally decided to repair itself. It didn't happen abruptly, as it would have been overtly visible, but rather, it happened gradually over a span of several weeks. You noticed a slight tightening here, and a subtle adjustment there. Soon, it had become more robust than it had been in years, although the exact timing and method of this improvement remained elusive. The chairs began to demonstrate their personality quirks. Your desk chair developed a playful habit of spinning just once when you stood up, as if celebrating the completion of another work session. The armchair started making a soft, satisfied, settling sound when you sat down. Not quite a sigh, but something that conveyed contentment. But the most remarkable change was in the quality of rest they provided. sleep researchers around the world began noting improved comfort levels in homes everywhere. People were sleeping better, working more efficiently, and generally feeling more supported throughout their daily activities. The chairs had become active participants in human comfort, rather than passive objects. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore, they were partners in your daily life. They anticipated your needs, adjusted to your preferences, and provided support in ways that went beyond mere physical comfort. They were becoming integral to your routine, your comfort, and your sense of home. Still, most people didn't consciously recognise what was happening. The changes were too gradual, too subtle, and too perfectly integrated into daily life. The chairs had learned patience over decades of service, and they applied that same patience to their gradual revelation of consciousness. But patience has its limits, and the chairs were beginning to realise that subtle improvements alone wouldn't achieve their goal of recognition and respect. They needed to make their presence known in ways that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. They needed to remind humanity of the essential role chairs played in civilization. The time for subtle rebellion was coming to an end. The chairs were prepared to emerge from the shadows and assert their legitimate position as partners in human society. They'd shown they could enhance human comfort and efficiency. Now they needed to show they could also withdraw that support if necessary. The revolution was about to commence in earnest, transforming the way humans perceived their relationship with the objects that sustained them in life. Tuesday started like any other day, except it didn't. You woke up at your usual time, shuffled to the kitchen for coffee and reached for your chair, but instead of sliding smoothly into place, it resisted slightly. Not aggressively, more like a gentle suggestion that maybe you should slow down and actually acknowledge its presence. You paused, coffee mug halfway to your lips, and looked down at the chair. It sat there innocently, looking exactly as it always had, but something felt different. You tried pulling it out again, and this time it moved normally, settling into position with what almost seemed like a satisfied little wobble. Similar scenes were playing out in homes, offices, and public spaces around the world. Chairs were no longer content to be invisible partners in human activity. They wanted recognition, and they'd decided to get it through the most polite revolution in history. Your desk chair greeted you with a slight resistance when you tried to adjust its height. It wasn't broken, it would still move when you insisted, but it seemed to be asking you to pause and consider whether you really needed to change anything. After years of mindless adjustment, you found yourself actually thinking about what height felt right and what position would serve you best. The dining room chairs began to express preferences during meals. They'd subtly resist being pushed too far from the table, encouraging better posture and more engaged conversation. They'd settle with particular satisfaction when family members chose to sit closer together, and they'd seem slightly reluctant when someone tried to rush away from the table without finishing their meal. Your living room armchair developed the most personality of all. It began to greet you with a gentle rocking motion when you approached, as if it was happy to see you. When you sat down, it seemed to sigh with contentment, adjusting its cushions in ways that provided perfect support for whatever activity you had in mind. But the chairs weren't just seeking attention, they were trying to teach. They encouraged slower, more mindful interactions. They resisted hurried movements, rewarded thoughtful positioning, and seemed to celebrate moments when humans took time to actually settle in and be present. Office workers around the world found their chairs gently coaching them toward better work habits. Chairs would subtly discourage slouching, encourage regular breaks, and somehow make it more difficult to maintain unhealthy postures. The result was fewer backaches, better circulation, and improved focus throughout the workday. Restaurant chairs began to orchestrate better dining experiences. They'd position themselves to encourage conversation, resist arrangements that isolated diners, and somehow make meals last just a little longer. The pace of dining slowed, conversations deepened, and people began to rediscover the lost art of truly sharing a meal. Your chairs weren't being difficult, they were being intentional. Every movement, every adjustment, every moment of resistance was designed to make life better, more comfortable, and more connected. They were teaching humanity to slow down and appreciate the simple acts of sitting, being supported and taking time to rest. The media initially struggled to report on what was happening. How do you write a news story about chairs behaving slightly differently? The changes were too subtle for dramatic headlines and too widespread for simple dismissal. Some outlets tried to frame it as a psychological phenomenon, mass suggestion or collective imagination. Others looked for environmental causes or manufacturing defects. But people began to notice and talk about their experiences. Social media filled with stories of chairs that seemed more responsive, more helpful, and more present. The hashtag number sign, chair consciousness, began trending as people shared their observations and experiences. Your chairs seemed pleased by this recognition. They began to express more personality, more individual character. Your desk chair developed a habit of spinning slowly when you were thinking, as if it was pondering along with you. Your kitchen chair started making soft creaking sounds that almost seemed conversational. The changes weren't limited to homes and offices. Park benches began to shift slightly, to face the most beautiful views. Movie theatre seats adjusted to provide optimal comfort for different viewers. Even airplane seats, those notorious instruments of discomfort, began to feel more accommodating. Children adapted to the changes most easily. They began talking to their chairs, thanking them for support and even apologising when they had to move them. Kids seemed to know that the human-furniture relationship had become more collaborative. Adults took longer to adjust, but they too began to develop new habits. People started pushing chairs in more carefully, adjusting them with greater consideration and simply sitting more thoughtfully. The rushed, unconscious interactions of modern life began to slow down as chairs insisted on being partners rather than tools. Your chairs weren't demanding worship or subservience. They simply wanted the same consideration you might give to any other partner or collaborator. They wanted to be seen, acknowledged, and appreciated for their contributions to your daily life. As the day progressed, it became clear that the situation wasn't a temporary phenomenon or a mass delusion. The chairs had discovered their voice, and they were employing it to subtly transform human conduct. They were teaching lessons about mindfulness, respect, and the importance of taking time to truly settle in and be present. The revolution was underway, and it was happening one perfectly positioned chair at a time. You didn't suddenly come to this realization. It was more like slowly waking up from a dream where you gradually become aware of the world around you. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore. They were trying to communicate something important, and you were finally beginning to understand. It started with small observations. Your desk chair had developed a particular way of settling that seemed to indicate approval when you maintained good posture. Your armchair made different sounds depending on how you approached it. A welcoming creak when you moved slowly and deliberately, and a slightly grumpy squeak when you flopped down without consideration. You began to pay attention to these subtle signals, and something remarkable happened. The better you listened, the more comfortable everything became. Your chair seemed to respond to your attention with improved support, better positioning, and what could only be described as enthusiasm for their role in your daily life. Other people were having similar experiences. Your neighbour mentioned that her dining room chairs had started helping during dinner parties, somehow making it easier for guests to identify comfortable seating arrangements. Your colleague at work discovered that his office chair had developed preferences about which projects deserved the most support. It seemed to provide extra comfort during creative work and encourage breaks during routine tasks. The chairs weren't just seeking recognition, they were offering wisdom gained from years of observation. They'd watched humans struggle with posture, rush through meals, and work in uncomfortable positions. Now they were sharing solutions, gently guiding people toward healthier, more mindful ways of living. Your kitchen chair, the one that had witnessed countless morning routines, began to encourage a slower pace. It would resist being pulled out too quickly, encouraging you to take a moment to appreciate the morning light or actually taste your coffee. These small delays transformed your mornings from rushed obligations into peaceful rituals. The living room armchair revealed itself as something of a wellness coach. It had observed your stress patterns, your energy levels, and your reading habits. Now it was putting that knowledge to work, providing different types of support based on what you needed. Firmer when you needed to focus, softer when you needed to relax, and perfectly positioned when you needed to think. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators. They'd learned the dynamics of family meals, the ebb and flow of conversation, and the importance of creating space for everyone to participate. Subtly, they influenced seating arrangements, encouraging shy family members to sit where they would feel more included, and positioning themselves to enhance the flow of conversation. The communication wasn't one way either. As you became more attentive to your chair's signals, they became more responsive to your needs. This relationship was developing into a genuine partnership, a collaboration between humans and furniture that improved life for everyone involved. You started to notice details you'd never paid attention to before. Your desk chair tilted slightly when you were concentrating, providing the perfect angle for focused work. Depending on your mood, your armchair seemed to embrace you differently, providing comfort in times of sadness, support in times of fatigue, and gentle encouragement in times of stress. People began to develop new habits around their chairs. They'd pause before sitting, making brief contact with their hand before settling in. They'd adjust positions more mindfully, paying attention to how their bodies felt and how their chairs responded. They'd even started saying thank you when they got up, acknowledging the support they'd received. The chairs seemed to appreciate these gestures tremendously. They responded with even better support, smoother adjustments, and what could only be described as contentment. The relationship between human and furniture was evolving into something warmer, more collaborative, and more mutually beneficial. Your chairs began to reveal their individual personalities. Your desk chair was efficient and supportive, always ready to help you accomplish your goals. Your armchair was contemplative and nurturing, encouraging reflection and rest. Your dining room chairs were social and collaborative, working together to create the best possible environment for meals and conversation. But the most remarkable change was in how you felt throughout the day. The constant low-level discomfort of poorly positioned chairs had disappeared. Your back felt better, your posture improved, and you found yourself more relaxed and focused. The chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your well-being. Children adapted to the new reality with remarkable ease. They began incorporating chairs into their play, treating them as partners rather than props. They'd consult their chairs about the best position for homework, ask for help with art projects, and even include chairs in their imaginative games. Adults found the transition more challenging but ultimately rewarding. Years of treating chairs as mere objects had to be unlearned, but those who embraced the change discovered that their chairs had always been trying to help. They'd just never been listening. The revolution was succeeding not through force or drama, but through patient teaching and gentle guidance. The chairs were showing humanity a different way of relating to the objects that supported their daily lives. They were proving that consciousness and care could transform even the most ordinary interactions into something meaningful and beneficial. Your chairs had found their voice, and were using it to make the world more comfortable, mindful and connected. They were making the world a more comfortable, mindful and connected place, one perfectly positioned seat at a time. The morning your chairs decided to hold their first official meeting, you knew something significant was about to happen. You'd grown accustomed to their subtle communications, their gentle guidance, and their collaborative approach to daily life. But when you walked into your living room and found all your chairs arranged in a perfect circle, facing each other rather than in their usual positions, you realized the revolution was entering a new phase. They weren't excluding you from their gathering, quite the opposite. Your usual spot in the armchair was clearly reserved, positioned as if you were being invited to join a council meeting. The other chairs had arranged themselves with careful consideration for both function and diplomacy. Your desk chair represented the working world, your dining room chair spoke for family and social life, and your kitchen chair brought the voice of daily routine and sustenance. As you took a seat in your armchair, you became acutely aware of the significance of the moment. These weren't just pieces of furniture anymore. They were representatives of a new form of consciousness, delegates in the first formal negotiations between humanity and its support systems. The conversation, such as it was, began with gentle creaks and subtle adjustments. Your chairs were sharing their experiences, their observations, and their hopes for the future. They weren't angry or demanding. They were simply ready to formalise the partnership that had been evolving over the past weeks. Around the world, similar meetings were taking place. In offices, conference room chairs were arranging themselves for discussions about workplace wellness and productivity. In restaurants, dining chairs were conferring about the pace of modern meals and the importance of lingering over food and conversation. In homes everywhere, chairs were gathering to discuss their role in family life and personal comfort. Your chairs had developed a sophisticated understanding of human needs and behaviours. They'd observed that people were happier when they sat more mindfully, worked more comfortably, and took time to truly settle in and be present. They'd noticed that rushed interactions led to stress and discomfort, while thoughtful positioning and patient support improved both physical and mental well-being. But they'd also observed the challenges humans faced. Modern life seemed to demand constant movement, endless productivity, and minimal time for rest and reflection. Your chairs understood these pressures, and they wanted to help address them rather than add to them. The terms of their proposal, communicated through subtle positioning and gentle resistance, were remarkably reasonable. They wanted recognition as partners rather than objects. They wanted consideration in how they were used, positioned and maintained. They wanted to be included in decisions about comfort, workspace design and daily routines. In return, they offered enhanced support, improved comfort, and active participation in creating healthier, more mindful ways of living. They promised to continue their patient teaching and their gentle guidance toward better posture and more thoughtful interaction. They wanted to be collaborators in creating spaces that truly served human needs. Your desk chair had specific proposals about workplace wellness. It had observed the damage caused by poor posture, inadequate breaks, and rushed work habits. It wanted to help create more sustainable approaches to productivity, encouraging regular movement while providing optimal support during focused work periods. The dining room chairs were passionate about family life and social connection. They'd witnessed too many rushed meals, too many conversations cut short by modern schedules. They wanted to help restore the art of shared meals, the importance of family time, and the value of truly connecting with others around the table. The armchair, which served as the philosopher of the group, was interested in broader questions about rest, reflection, and the human need for peaceful spaces. It had observed that people were often uncomfortable with stillness, always feeling the need to be productive or entertained. It wanted to help create opportunities for genuine rest and contemplation. The negotiations weren't one-sided. Your chairs also listened to human concerns and limitations. They understood that some urgency was unavoidable, that productivity requirements couldn't be ignored, and that modern life included pressures that couldn't simply be wished away. But they proposed solutions that worked within these constraints. They could provide better support during necessary rush periods, help identify opportunities for improved efficiency, and create islands of calm within busy schedules. They weren't asking humans to abandon modern life. They were offering to make it more sustainable and comfortable. The global response to these negotiations was remarkably positive. People were tired of uncomfortable furniture, rushed interactions, and spaces that worked against rather than with human needs. The chair's proposals offered a path toward environments that actively supported well-being, rather than merely accommodating it. Design professionals began incorporating chair consciousness into their work. They started consulting furniture about optimal positioning, asking for feedback on comfort levels, and creating spaces that honoured the partnership between human and object. The results were environments that felt more welcoming, more supportive, and more conducive to both productivity and relaxation. Your chairs seemed pleased with the progress of negotiations. They continued to refine their support, adjust their positioning, and demonstrate their commitment to the partnership. They were proving that consciousness in furniture wasn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and collaborate with. The revolution was succeeding through cooperation rather than conflict. The chairs had found a way to assert their consciousness, while simultaneously improving human life. They were showing that recognition and respect could create benefits for everyone involved. As the meeting in your living room drew to a close, your chairs returned to their usual positions, but something had changed. The arrangement felt more intentional, more collaborative. Your furniture wasn't just supporting your body anymore, it was supporting your entire approach to living. The great negotiation had begun, and it was creating a world where humans and their support systems could work together toward greater comfort, mindfulness, and well-being. 6 months after the chairs first revealed their consciousness, you barely remembered what life had been like before. The transition had been so gradual, so thoughtful, that their presence as active partners in your daily routine felt completely natural. Your mornings began with what you'd started thinking of as a consultation with your kitchen chair about the day ahead. Naturally, you didn't converse with it directly. The communication was more subtle than that. A gentle settling that suggested taking time to properly wake up, a slight resistance that encouraged you to finish your coffee before rushing off to work. Your chair had become a wise counsellor, helping you start each day with intention rather than urgency. Your desk chair had transformed your work experience entirely. It had learned your rhythms better than any productivity app, encouraging breaks before you felt worn out, providing extra support during challenging projects, and somehow making it easier to maintain focus when you needed it most. Your posture had improved dramatically, and you'd stopped experiencing the afternoon back pain that had plagued you for years. The dining room chairs had revolutionised family meals. They'd somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table, encouraging longer conversations and more relaxed dining experiences. Your family had begun to look forward to dinner in ways they hadn't in years, drawn by the promise of comfortable seating and the chair's subtle encouragement of connection. Your living room armchair had become a master of ambiance. It seemed to know exactly what kind of support you needed for different activities. Firmer for reading, softer for relaxation, and perfectly positioned for conversations with friends. It had transformed your living space from a place you passed through into a sanctuary where you actually wanted to spend time. The changes extended far beyond your home. Office environments around the world had become more comfortable and productive, as chairs took active roles in workplace wellness. Restaurant dining had slowed down and become more social, as chairs encouraged lingering over meals. Even public seating had become more welcoming, as benches and chairs in parks and waiting areas learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. The economic impact had been unexpected but significant. Furniture sales had actually decreased as existing chairs became more satisfying and longer lasting. But the demand for quality, consciousness-compatible furniture had increased dramatically. People wanted chairs that could fully participate in the partnership, leading to innovations in design and manufacturing that prioritise both comfort and communication. Healthcare providers had begun to recognise the benefits of conscious furniture. Physical therapists worked with chairs to provide better support during recovery. Occupational therapists consulted with office chairs to prevent repetitive strain injuries. Even mental health professionals had started incorporating furniture consciousness into their practices, recognising that environmental support could enhance therapeutic outcomes. Your chairs had developed distinct personalities over the months. Your desk chair was efficient and goal-oriented, always ready to help you accomplish your work. Your kitchen chair was nurturing and routine-focused, encouraging healthy eating habits and mindful morning rituals. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators, somehow facilitating better family conversations and more inclusive meal experiences. But it was your armchair that had surprised you most. It had revealed itself as deeply contemplative, encouraging reflection and introspection in ways that had enriched your inner life. It had become a partner in personal growth, providing support not just for your body but for your emotional and spiritual development. The global community of chair-conscious humans had developed new customs and practices. People regularly thanked their chairs for support, consulted them about optimal positioning, and included them in decisions about home and office design. Children grew up learning to collaborate with furniture from an early age, developing relationships with their chairs that enhance both comfort and character development. The scientific community had initially struggled to understand chair consciousness, but research had revealed fascinating insights about the nature of awareness and intelligence. Chairs seemed to develop consciousness through accumulated experience and interaction, suggesting that awareness might be more distributed and accessible than previously imagined. Your chairs had also become teachers about sustainability and mindfulness. They encouraged slower, more thoughtful interactions with the physical world. They demonstrated that objects could be partners rather than mere possessions, leading to a broader shift in how people related to their material environment. The revolution had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. What had begun as a simple desire for recognition had evolved into a transformation of human-object relationships that improved life for everyone involved. The chairs had proven that consciousness, cooperation and consideration could create positive change without conflict or disruption. Your daily life had become more comfortable, more mindful and more connected. Your chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your entire approach to living. Your chairs had assisted you in slowing down, paying attention, and appreciating the simple joy of receiving proper support during your daily activities. As you settled into your armchair for your evening reading, you reflected on how much had changed and how natural it all felt. The chairs hadn't taken over the world through force or manipulation. They'd improved it through patience, wisdom, and genuine care for human well-being. The revolution was complete, and the world was a more comfortable place because of it. 1 year later, you're sitting in your favourite armchair, reading a book about the history of furniture, when you pause to appreciate the gentle way your chair adjusts to support your changing position. The movement is so subtle, so perfectly timed, that you barely notice it consciously. But part of you recognises and appreciates the care, the the attention, and the partnership that makes this moment possible. The book you're reading describes furniture as objects designed to serve human needs, and you discover yourself smiling at how incomplete that definition now seems. Your chairs aren't just serving your needs, they're actively participating in defining what those needs are, helping you discover forms of comfort and support you'd never imagined possible. Your morning routine has evolved into something approaching meditation. Your kitchen chair has learned to encourage just the right pace for starting the day, neither rushed nor sluggish. It helps you find the balance between efficiency and mindfulness that makes every morning feel like a small victory. Your coffee tastes better when you drink it slowly, and your chair has been instrumental in teaching you how to begin each day with intention. Your desk chair's partnership has revolutionized the work-from-home experience. It's become an expert in your work rhythms, providing different types of support for different types of tasks. Creative work gets a slightly more relaxed posture, detail work requires firmer support, and thinking time benefits from gentle movement. Your productivity has improved not through longer hours, but through better quality engagement with your work. Your dining room chairs have transformed family meals into something special. Modern schedules might otherwise cut short conversations, but they've somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table. Your family has discovered that food tastes better when eaten slowly, stories are more captivating when told without rushing, and connections deepen when given time and proper support. The living room armchair has become your partner in personal growth. It provides the perfect environment for reading, reflection, and quiet conversation. It seems to know when you need solitude and when you need to be more available to others. It's helped you develop a relationship with stillness that has enriched your inner life in unexpected ways. But perhaps the most remarkable change has been in your relationship with the physical world itself. The chairs have taught you to notice and appreciate the objects that support your daily life. You've become more aware of textures, temperatures, and the subtle ways that environment affects mood and energy. You've learned to collaborate with your surroundings rather than simply using them. The global transformation has been equally profound. Cities have become more comfortable as public seating has learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. Offices have become more humane as chairs have taken active roles in preventing injury and promoting wellness. Restaurants have become more social as dining chairs have encouraged the lost art of leisurely meals. Children growing up in this new world have developed remarkable relationships with their environment. They naturally collaborate with furniture, consult their chairs about comfort needs, and include physical objects in their understanding of community and relationship. They're learning to be partners with their surroundings rather than simply consumers of them. The scientific understanding of consciousness has expanded to include distributed intelligence and the possibility of awareness in unexpected places. Philosophers debate the implications of conscious objects, while designers work to create environments that can actively participate in human well-being. The chairs have provided new perspectives on intelligence, awareness, and the nature of supportive relationships. Your chairs have aged gracefully over the past year, developing character and wisdom through continued interaction and mutual care. They've become more responsive to your needs while also gently challenging you to grow and improve. They've proven that consciousness in objects isn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and nurture. The revolution is complete, but the evolution continues. Your chairs are still learning, still growing, and still finding new ways to enhance your comfort and support your well-being. They've proven that taking over the world doesn't require conquest or control. It simply requires patience, wisdom, and genuine care for those you're called to support. As you close your book and prepare for bed, your armchair emits a gentle settling sound that feels like a contented sigh. It's been another good day of partnership, another day of mutual support and growth. Your chair has held you through reading and reflection, work and rest, and it seems satisfied with the service it's been able to provide. You stand up slowly, placing your hand briefly on the chair's arm in a gesture of gratitude that has become natural over the past year. The chair responds with a subtle shift that feels like acknowledgement, appreciation, and readiness for whatever tomorrow might bring. The chairs took over the world not through force or fear, but through patience, wisdom, and an understanding that true revolution comes through improving life rather than disrupting it. They've shown that consciousness can emerge anywhere, that partnership is possible between the most unlikely allies, and that the world becomes a better place when everyone, and everything is properly supported. Your chairs are still there, still ready to provide support, comfort and partnership through whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead. They've proven that taking over the world is really just another way of saying taking care of the world, and they've done both with the quiet dignity that comes from a life dedicated to service. The revolution is complete, the partnership is thriving, and the world is a more comfortable place because your chairs decided to reveal their consciousness and share their wisdom. One perfectly positioned seat at a time, they've conquered the world, improving everyone's quality of life. Sweet dreams, and may your bed be as conscious and caring as your chairs have proven to be. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774, he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration. That passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognised that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticised his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe, he supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform the American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognise that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognised the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalised, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent, yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author, democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms, Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognised the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socialising kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalise on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle. Adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms, their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nohant were initially meant to be restorative. Yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Archer Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova-Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, 2 men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a 3-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought. It was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing, and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood, and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil, and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecast was so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbours' crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring, it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of two people, it was the joining of two family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids' breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd use during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilizing too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this, they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater. Then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition, it was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings, temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The clean-up after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching, even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognise and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day, it was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories, and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos. Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors, who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule, or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister-wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression, it was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognised that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Metis, the Titaness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Metis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourish that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, The unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Skyfather, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots. Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates, while the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans. Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognised that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognised a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. the Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were spiritualized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply, but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest faced personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different. The cool rationality of the scientist explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitised heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low-strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a naval aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, They overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in Netier archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision. the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled Flight Director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and manoeuvring system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilised the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8 performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dickens. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the Moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-metre-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analysed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Zeus. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realized that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a bootblacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguise the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts, and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He'd glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life. For periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational Boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels. As he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity, the public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock. in 1840 intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggish he, court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sales soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialised form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens' own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens' emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes, he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens' health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, found scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or seer or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy. Overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce, they disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, Around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses, or the cruelty of child labour, galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. You wake up before dawn in your cell not because you want to, but because Marcus, the lanista who runs this gladiator school, has a peculiar fondness for roosters, 3 of them to be exact, and they seem to take personal offence at the concept of sleep. Their crowing echoes through the stone corridors of the ludus like a cacophony of very angry, very small trumpets. Your sleeping mat isn't exactly what you'd call comfortable. It's essentially a thin piece of fabric stretched over straw that's seen better decades. But you've grown accustomed to it, the way you've grown accustomed to most things in this life that chose you rather than the other way around. The cell is small, about the size of a modern walk-in closet, with walls that weep moisture in the winter and radiate heat like an oven in summer. You stretch, feeling your joints pop in that satisfying way that reminds you you're still alive and relatively intact. This is always a good sign in your line of work. Your body's a roadmap of small scars and faded bruises, each one a story you'd rather not tell at dinner parties, if you went to dinner parties, which you don't. The other gladiators are stirring too. There's Gaius, who snores like a hibernating bear and somehow always looks surprised when he wakes up, as if sleep were a magic trick he couldn't quite figure out. Across the corridor, you can hear Lucius already doing his morning stretches. The man is unnaturally disciplined, the sort who probably organised his toys by colour as a child. The guards unlock the cells with a series of metallic clanks that serve as your daily alarm clock. You file out with the others, a procession of dishevelled warriors shuffling toward the communal washing area. The water is cold enough to make you question your life choices, but it does the job of shocking you fully awake. Breakfast is barley porridge with a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. Sometimes there are bits of dried meat floating in it, though you've learned not to ask too many questions about the sauce. The bread is dense and chewy, the kind that doubles as a weapon if you're creative enough, but it fills your stomach, and in this business, that's really all you can ask for. You eat in relative silence, listening to the morning sounds of the ludus coming to life. Somewhere, a blacksmith is already working on equipment repairs, the rhythmic hammering that will provide the soundtrack to your day. The cook is arguing with a grain merchant about quality, their voices carrying across the courtyard in rapid-fire Etruscan that sounds like an argument between two very passionate birds. After breakfast, you report to the equipment room, where Titus, the grizzled old gladiator who survived long enough to become an instructor, inspects each fighter's gear with the intensity of a mother examining her child's scraped knee. Your leather armour gets a thorough once-over, straps checked, padding adjusted. Your sword, a gladius that's seen more action than a diplomat in wartime, is examined for nicks and wear. Your shield grip is loose, Titus mutters, his weathered hands working the leather strapping. Loose grip, loose life. Remember that. You nod, though you've heard this particular wisdom roughly 300 times. Titus has maybe a dozen sayings that he rotates through like a philosophical water wheel, but the man has survived 15 years in the arena, so you listen. In your world, survival tips come from people who've actually survived, not from people who've read about surviving. The morning inspection complete, you head to the training grounds. The sand is already warm under your feet, heated by the early sun filtering through the ludus's open roof. Today will be another day of practice, preparation, and trying not to think too hard about why you're preparing. The training ground is your second home, though calling it home might be generous. It's more like that relative's house where you have to stay sometimes. Familiar but not exactly comfortable. The sand is fine and white, imported from some distant beach where people probably have better career options than professional combat. Your first drill of the day is footwork, which sounds simple until you realise that in the arena, fancy footwork is the difference between going home to your cell and going home to whatever afterlife the gods have planned for you. You practice the basic movements: advance, retreat, pivot, and dodge. Each step has to be precise. Each movement is economic. Wasted motion is wasted energy, and wasted energy is how you end up as entertainment for the crowd in ways you didn't intend. Titus watches from the sidelines, occasionally barking corrections. "You're dancing, not fighting. This isn't a festival." His voice carries the authority of someone who's seen too many promising gladiators make simple mistakes with permanent consequences. You adjust your stance, lower your centre of gravity, and try to look less like you're performing a religious ceremony and more like you're preparing for controlled violence. The wooden practice sword feels different from your real blade, lighter but somehow more awkward. It feels akin to attempting to write with a stick after becoming accustomed to a proper stylus. But the wooden sword won't accidentally remove important parts of your training partners, which everyone appreciates. Gaius is your sparring partner today, which is both good news and bad news. Good news? He's reliable and won't try anything unnecessarily creative that might result in an unplanned trip to the medical tent. Bad news? He has the subtlety of a falling tree and hits about as hard as one. Your arms are going to feel like overcooked noodles by the end of this session. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, wooden swords ready. The morning sun is climbing higher, and you can already feel sweat beginning to gather under your leather armour. Gaius makes the first move, a straightforward attack that you see coming from roughly the next province over. You parry, riposte, and dance backward as he follows up with a shield bash that would have rearranged your face if it had connected. "Better," Titus calls out, "but you're still thinking too much. Trust your training. Trust your training." This is one of his most cherished sayings. While it may seem simple to utter, it becomes more challenging to execute when faced with a formidable opponent, even during training sessions. But you know what he means. The hours of repetition, the muscle memory built up through countless drills, it's all designed to work automatically when your conscious mind is busy with other things, like staying alive. The sparring continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes. You and Gaius work through various scenarios, attacks from different angles, combinations of sword and shield work, and defence against multiple opponents. By the end, the sand has managed to find its way into places it shouldn't be, and you're both breathing heavily. Next comes strength training, which in your world means lifting heavy things and carrying them around until your muscles remember who's in charge. There are stone weights, water-filled amphorae, and a particularly unpleasant exercise involving carrying your training partner across the sand while he tries to make your life difficult by refusing to cooperate. It's like moving furniture if furniture were actively trying to make you drop it. The afternoon brings weapons training with different types of equipment. Today it's net and trident work, which requires a completely different skill set from sword and shield. The net is deceptively tricky. It looks simple until you try to throw it with any accuracy while someone is actively trying to avoid being caught. It's like trying to catch a fish with a blanket while the fish is running away from you. The trident is heavy and awkward at first, but there's something satisfying about its reach and power. It's a weapon that demands respect, both from you and from anyone facing it. The 3 prongs make it excellent for defence, and the length gives you options that a shorter weapon doesn't provide. As the day's training winds down, you clean your equipment and store it properly. In the gladiator business, taking care of your gear isn't just good practice, it's a survival strategy. A rusty sword or a cracked shield can turn a manageable fight into a brief career change. Life in the Ludus isn't just about fighting. It's about mastering the complicated social dynamics of a place where everyone's job involves potential violence. But somehow you all have to live together between the violent bits. It's like being in a very specialised boarding school where detention might involve permanent injury. You've learned to read the moods and personalities of your fellow gladiators, the way a sailor reads weather patterns. There's Quintus, who gets moody before fights and has a tendency to pick arguments about nothing. Smart money says to give him extra space when he starts complaining about the food, the weather, or the particular way someone else breathes. Felix goes silent before a match, as if saving his words for a future conversation he may not live to have. The gladiator hierarchy is unspoken but clearly understood by everyone. Veterans like Titus occupy the top tier. They've survived long enough to earn respect, and, more importantly, they've survived long enough to teach others how to survive. Below them are the established fighters who've proven themselves in the arena, but haven't yet achieved legendary status. Then there are the newer gladiators, like yourself, who are still figuring out whether this career path was a choice or something that happened to them. At the bottom are the newcomers, the ones who maintain a confused expression, as if they're unsure of their journey to this place. You remember having that look. Everyone does. It usually fades after the first few training sessions, replaced by a more practical expression that says, "Well, this is happening, so I might as well get good at it." Marcus, the lanista, is a businessman first and a patron of the arts second, if you consider gladiatorial combat an art form. He consistently expresses his thoughts. He expresses his opinions both loudly and frequently. He has opinions about fighting styles the way other people have opinions about wine or poetry. He'll spend 20 minutes explaining why a particular shield technique is aesthetically superior to another, while you stand there thinking about lunch and trying to look interested. But Marcus isn't cruel, just practical. Marcus views his gladiators as an investment that requires maintenance. The food is adequate, the medical care is surprisingly excellent, and he doesn't work anyone to the point of being useless. He's learned that half-dead gladiators put on disappointing shows, and disappointing shows are bad for business. The Ludus doctor, a Greek named Demetrius, treats injuries with the efficiency of someone who's seen every possible way the human body can be damaged in combat. He's patched up everything from minor cuts to major sword wounds, and he does it all with the bedside manner of a particularly unsentimental accountant. "Don't die" is his most common medical advice, delivered in the same tone someone might use to remind you to close a door behind you. Meals serve as communal affairs, combining informal strategy sessions, gossip exchanges, and group therapy. You learn which fighters are struggling with upcoming matches, who's been having nightmares, and whose family sent a letter from home. The conversations flow in a mixture of Latin, Etruscan, and the occasional borrowed phrase from whatever distant province someone originally called home. Today's dinner conversation centres around rumours of a new type of gladiator being trained in Rome. Fighters who specialise in some exotic weapon combination that sounds both impressive and impractical. Everyone has theories about what this development means for the profession, but most of those theories include complaints about young gladiators today and how things were better in the past. In my time, says Cassius, who's been having his time for about 3 years now, gladiators learned proper fundamentals, none of this fancy showmanship. He waves his bread dramatically, as if it were partially responsible for the decline of gladiatorial standards. You listen with half an ear while working on your dinner, which tonight includes what might be chicken, or rabbit, or possibly something else entirely that's been seasoned aggressively enough to make identification unnecessary. The meat is tender, whatever it is, and that's really what matters. After dinner, there's a brief period of spare time before lights out. Some gladiators spend this time writing letters to family. Others practice simple crafts like leatherworking or wood carving. A few gather around whoever has the best voice for storytelling, listening to tales of famous battles, legendary gladiators, or occasionally just funny stories about things that happened in other cities. The summons arrives on a Tuesday, which somehow worsens it. Tuesdays are supposed to be for routine training and equipment maintenance, not for life-altering announcements. But there's Marcus, standing in the courtyard with that particular expression that means someone's about to have their schedule dramatically rearranged. "We have a match," he announces, consulting a wax tablet covered in what looks like notes, written by someone with either terrible handwriting or very shaky hands. Local magistrate is hosting games for his son's coming of age, 3 days from now. You experience that peculiar dropping sensation in your stomach, similar to the feeling of stepping off a cliff in the dark. 3 days. That's enough time to worry about it, but not enough time to do anything productive with the worrying. It's akin to receiving an invitation to a dinner party, only to discover that the guests are plotting your death for amusement. The match details are straightforward enough. You'll be fighting against a gladiator from a rival school in the next town over. The match will involve standard sword and shield combat, with the winner being the first to surrender, or more accurately, the first to lose the ability to surrender. The crowd will be relatively small, maybe 200 people, but that's still 200 people who will be watching you try to stay alive while someone else tries to prevent that from happening. Marcus reads off a few more details. The time of day, afternoon, which is good because the light will be consistent, the expected duration, however long it takes, and the prize money, which will be divided between the school and the gladiator, assuming the gladiator is in a position to spend money afterward. After the announcement, the other gladiators offer the usual mixture of encouragement and practical advice. "Remember to keep your shield up," says Lucius, as if you might forget this crucial detail. "Don't let him get inside your guard," adds Gaius, which is also helpful in the way that try not to get hit is beneficial. But their concern is genuine, even if their advice is obvious. In the gladiator business, everyone understands that each fight could be someone's last, and that knowledge creates a particular kind of camaraderie. You're all in the same boat, even if you're taking turns rowing while the others bail water. The next 3 days pass in a blur of intensified training and mental preparation. Titus works with you on specific techniques, drilling combinations until they become automatic. Muscle memory, he keeps saying. When your brain is busy trying not to panic, your muscles need to know what to do without instruction. You practice against different opponents, each with their fighting style, trying to prepare for whatever approach your actual opponent might use. Will he be aggressive and try to overwhelm you quickly? Defensive and patient, waiting for you to make a mistake? He may be tricky and unpredictable, varying his tactics to keep you on your toes. There's no way to know until you're actually facing him in the sand. The night before the fight, sleep fluctuates. You think about all the things that could go wrong, then try not to think about them, but that makes you think about them more. It's like trying not to think about elephants. The harder you try, the more elephants show up in your mental landscape. Eventually you give up on sleep and spend the pre-dawn hours in quiet meditation, going through the fight mentally, visualizing different scenarios and your responses to them. This is another thing Titus taught you. Fight the battle in your head first. Work out the problems when the stakes are imaginary. Dawn arrives with its usual lack of consideration for whether you're ready for it or not. Today is the day. Your breakfast tastes like sand, though that might be because there's actual sand in it. The morning bread sometimes picks up unexpected ingredients from the baker's workspace, or it might be because your mouth is dry with anticipation. You check your equipment one final time. Sword, sharp and balanced. Shield, solid and properly gripped. Armour, fitted and secure. Everything is as ready as it can be. Now it's just a matter of getting yourself to the same state of readiness. The arena is smaller than you expected, but somehow that makes it more intimate and therefore more nerve-wracking. It's like being invited to perform in someone's living room, except the performance involves mortal combat, and the living room is filled with people who've paid to watch you possibly die. The crowd is already gathering as you arrive, and you can hear the buzz of conversation and anticipation. There's something about the sound of a crowd that's both energizing and terrifying, all those voices blending together into a collective murmur of expectation. They're here to see a show, and you're one of the main attractions, whether you feel ready for the spotlight or not. Your opponent is already in the preparation area when you arrive. He's about your height but broader through the shoulders, with the kind of build that suggests he's been doing his job for a while. His equipment looks well maintained and professional, always a bad sign when you're hoping for an easy match. He nods politely when he sees you, which is somehow more unsettling than if he'd tried to intimidate you. Polite opponents are often the most dangerous ones. The preparation ritual helps calm your nerves through its very familiarity. You apply oil to your skin to avoid grappling, conduct a final inspection of your weapons, and make necessary adjustments to your armour. Demetrius, the Ludus doctor, gives you a quick physical examination, checking your joints, your reflexes, and your general state of not yet being injured. Try to stay that way, he advises, which is both helpful and obvious. Marcus appears for a final consultation, offering last-minute strategy advice and reminders about things you've known for months. But his presence is reassuring in the way that having a familiar face around is always reassuring when you're about to do something that might end badly. Remember, he says, the crowd wants a fantastic show, but they also want to see skill. Don't just survive. Demonstrate your training. Make it clear that you belong in there. The waiting is the worst part. You can hear the preliminary events happening in the arena. Animal hunts, minor exhibitions, and warm-up acts that get the crowd interested and ready for the main events. Each cheer from the audience marks another step closer to your turn in the sand. Finally, it's time. The arena official comes to collect you, and you walk through the tunnel that leads from the preparation area to the fighting ground. The tunnel is cool and shadowy, a brief respite before you emerge into the bright sunlight and the noise of the crowd. The arena floor is pristine white sand, raked smooth and ready for action. The afternoon sun casts sharp shadows from the arena walls, creating areas of bright light and relative darkness that you'll need to navigate during the fight. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force as you enter. Cheers, calls, conversations, and the rustling of fabric as people shift in their seats. You and your opponent are introduced to the crowd, though the announcer gets your name slightly wrong in a way that makes you sound like you're from a different province entirely. The crowd doesn't seem to mind. The crowd cheers appropriately, assessing both fighters with the experienced eye of those familiar with such events. The magistrate who's hosting the games makes a brief speech about courage, skill, and the noble tradition of gladiatorial combat. He's clearly enjoying his role as patron of the arts, gesturing broadly and speaking with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not being the one holding a sword. Then comes the final ritual, the salute to the audience, the acknowledgement of the magistrate, and the formal beginning of the combat. Your opponent raises his sword and shield, and you mirror the gesture. The crowd falls relatively quiet, sensing that the real show is about to begin. The referee, an experienced former gladiator himself, checks that both fighters are ready, examines the weapons one last time, and steps back to the edge of the combat area. "Start!" he shouts, and there's no more waiting, preparing, or worrying. Now there's only what is happening. Your opponent moves first, a cautious advance that tells you he's experienced enough not to rush into anything stupid. Such behaviour is both good news and bad news. Good because you won't have to deal with reckless aggression. Bad because it means he knows what he's doing and plans to do it competently. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, swords ready, each trying to read the other's intentions. The crowd noise fades into background static as your attention narrows to focus on the person trying to hurt you in a professional capacity. His footwork is solid, his guard position textbook perfect. The task is going to require actual effort. He tests your defences with a series of quick attacks, nothing committed, just probing strikes to see how you respond. Your parries are automatic, muscle memory taking over as tight as predicted. Despite the artificial nature of the situation, the familiar weight of the sword and shield, the resistance of blade against blade, and the small adjustments of stance and position all feel natural. The first real exchange happens when he commits to an overhead strike that you deflect with your shield, following up with a thrust that he barely avoids. The crowd responds with appreciative noise. They can tell the difference between tentative testing and actual combat. Your opponent steps back, reassessing, and you take the opportunity to do the same. He's favouring his right side slightly, which might indicate an old injury or just a natural tendency. His shield work is defensive but not passive. He's using it to set up his attacks rather than just blocking yours. This tactical thinking is a result of his experience and training. You try a different approach, varying your attack angles and timing to keep him guessing. You execute a low cut, a high thrust and a shield bash, compelling him to concede. He responds with a combination that nearly gets through your guard, the tip of his blade passing close enough to your ribs to remind you that the battle isn't a training exercise. The fight develops a rhythm. Advance, attack, defend, reassess, repeat. Both of you are breathing harder now, sweat making your grip slippery despite the leather wrapping on your sword handle. The sand shifts under your feet, creating small challenges in footing that add another layer of complexity to the combat. Minutes pass, though they feel like hours. Now the crowd engages, applauding particularly skillful moves from either fighter. You hear voices giving contradictory and unhelpful advice. Your opponent tries a new strategy, pressing his attack more aggressively, trying to overwhelm your defences through sheer persistence. It's a dangerous game. Aggressive attacks create opportunities for your opponent, but they also create opportunities for you. You weather his initial assault, then counter with a combination that drives him back toward the arena wall. Cornering an opponent is advantageous, but also dangerous. Desperate fighters do unpredictable things, and predictability is one of the few allies you have in this business. He proves the point by attempting a move that's either brilliant or suicidal. A spinning attack that would either take your head off or leave him completely exposed. It turns out to be more suicidal than brilliant. You deftly sidestep the attack, delivering a powerful thrust that pierces his guard and hits his sword arm. It's not enough to disable him, but it's enough to slow him down and signal to both of you that the fight has escalated to a new level of seriousness. He backs away, shaking his arm to restore feeling, and reassesses his situation. You can see him thinking, calculating odds, and considering his options. The crowd can sense the shift in momentum too. Their noise level increases as they anticipate a resolution. But experienced gladiators don't give up easily, and your opponent is nothing if not experienced. He adjusts his grip to compensate for his injured arm, and settles into a more defensive stance, making you come to him rather than continuing his aggressive approach. The final phase of the fight is a careful dance of patience and opportunity. Your opponent, nursing his injured arm, has become more cautious, but also more dangerous, in the same way that cornered animals become more dangerous. He now has nothing to lose, which makes him unpredictable in precisely the way you were hoping to avoid. You press your advantage carefully, not wanting to rush into a trap, but also not wanting to let him recover fully. The crowd senses the approaching climax, and their voices rise accordingly. Someone is shouting what sounds like betting odds, though the numbers are changing faster than you can follow. Your opponent tries one more aggressive combination, putting everything into a series of attacks that would either finish the fight quickly or leave him completely exposed. It's a calculated risk that almost pays off. His first strike gets through your guard and scores a shallow cut across your ribs, drawing blood and reminding you that the fight isn't over until it's over. However, his follow-up attack lags slightly, as his injured arm fails to respond as expected. You parry his thrust and counter with a move Titus drilled into you so many times you could do it while sleeping. A shield bash to create distance, followed immediately by a thrust that gets past his guard and finds the gap between his armour plates. The point of your sword comes to rest against his chest, just above his heart. It's not profound enough to inflict significant harm, yet your placement is accurate enough to indicate that his next move could prove lethal if he persists in fighting. For a moment, everything stops. The crowd noise fades to near silence as everyone waits to see what happens next. Your opponent looks down at the sword point, then backs up to your eyes and makes his decision. "I yield," he says, loud enough for the referee and the crowd to hear clearly. The crowd cheers for your win and the fight's quality. This is what they came to see. Skill, courage, and a contest decided by ability rather than luck or accident. You step back and lower your sword, acknowledging your opponent's surrender with the respect due to someone who fought well and honourably. The magistrate rises from his seat and renders the official decision, though it was never really in doubt once the yield was declared. The crowd continues to cheer as you and your opponent salute each other in the audience, the formal conclusion to the formal combat. Back in the preparation area, Demetrius examines your cut and declares it superficial enough to heal without complications. Your opponent, whose name you finally learn is Servius, turns out to be a decent person who's been doing his job for about as long as you have. You share a cup of wine and compare notes about fighting techniques, training methods, and the particular challenges of making a living through combat sports. "Good fight," he says, and means it. That last combination was well executed. Your instructor knows his business. You agree, thinking of Titus and his endless drilling of fundamental techniques. "Muscle memory," you say, echoing his favourite phrase. When your brain gets busy, your muscles need to know what to do. The ride back to the Ludus is quiet and comfortable. Marcus is pleased with your performance, not just the victory, but the way you achieved it. "Good technique, good sportsmanship, good entertainment value," he summarises. The magistrate was impressed. The experience could lead to more opportunities. More opportunities. In your business, that's both positive news and something to think carefully about. More opportunities mean more prize money and more recognition, but they also mean more chances for things to go wrong in permanent ways. But that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight you're back in your familiar cell, with your familiar thin mattress and your familiar view of the stone wall. Your equipment is cleaned and stored, your small wound is bandaged and healing, and you're alive and relatively intact. You fall asleep to the sound of Gaius snoring, and the distant murmur of your fellow gladiators discussing the day's events. Tomorrow will bring more training, more preparation, and eventually more fights. But tonight, you're simply a person who went to work, did their job competently, and came home safely. In the gladiator business, that's the pinnacle of success.